Testing. Sorry? Right, okay. Let us hear the word of God as it is in the book of Isaiah. You want more? Right. I'll just keep talking. I'm not a clue what I'm going to say here, Greg. Nothing. You can let me know. Nothing of any sense anyway. Well, this is my wife. That fine? Okay.
God, and we do so by listening to a reading from Isaiah. Okay. I can see it because I'm on a Let us worship God. We do so by hearing from God's own holy word, and Jim Bennigan from Inshirin will lead us in our scripture readings.
Let us hear the word of God. Firstly, from the book of Isaiah, chapter 9, verses 2 to 7. The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. Those who lived in a land of deep darkness, on them light has shined. You have multiplied the nation, you have increased its joy. They rejoice before you as with joy at the harvest, as people exult when dividing plunder. For the yoke of their burden and the bar across their shoulders, the rod of their oppressor, you have broken, as on the day of Midian. For all the boots of the trampling warriors and all the garments rolled in blood shall be burned as fuel for the fire. For a child has been born for us, a son given to us. Authority rests upon his shoulders, and he is named Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. His authority shall grow continually, and there shall be endless peace for the throne of David and his kingdom. He will establish and uphold it with justice and with righteousness. From this time onward and forevermore, the zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this. Our second reading is John chapter 14, verse 27. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not let them be afraid. Amen.
Has not taken complete leave of her senses. I do know that we are in the season of Lent. Yet these words from Isaiah that we usually read during Advent bring me much comfort. The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. I begin with a question. Where might you have seen God at work this week? Isaiah chapter 9 contains some of the most famous words in the Bible. For a child has been born to us, a son given to us, and he is named Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. For anyone who is even vaguely familiar with Handel's Messiah, it is hard not to hear his magnificent music as we read these words. For Isaiah, writing in the midst of war, the threat of loss and exile was all around. And yet, through him, God speaks words of hope and deliverance. Hope that a new David would appear to heal the divisions between Judah and Israel, and uphold a kingdom with justice and with righteousness. Isaiah calls for a ruler like David, who can lead God's community and establish justice. For many people, our world is still a frightening place. There is sadly plenty of war, exile and disruption. And then there is the Presbytery mission plan. Just as it must have been hard for Isaiah to remain hopeful as his world fell apart, it can feel impossible to hold fast to God's ultimate faithfulness in today's world. Yet even in the midst of presbytery planning and congregational readjustment, if we have ears to listen, the voice of Isaiah still speaks to us today. Congregations who are struggling with the proposals in the presbytery plan may feel as if they are still walking in darkness and that the light is never coming. After I left Lochwinnoch Parish Church, for nearly 11 months, I worshipped under a banner which quoted Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 11. I know the plans I have for you. There were many occasions in which I felt as if I was silently screaming, please let me know what they are. It took time, yet looking back, I can see exactly what God's plan were, not just for me, not just for our family, but even that congregation. I have also learned time and time again that the only route to resurrection joy of the Easter morning is through the pain and sorrow and grief of Good Friday. I know there are many differing opinions of the reasoning behind the need for a new Presbytery mission plan, and probably as many different opinions of the plan itself. However, I can assure you that the plan has been shaped through prayer and through listening, and with a genuine desire to have a fair and equitable sharing of ministerial resources across the presbytery bounds. And with the hope and prayer that in uniting resources, we can be freed to undertake mission in God's name. Do some congregations feel as if they are walking in darkness? I am quite sure. Are some congregations feeling pain today? I know the answer is yes. That is why we all need to hear the words of Isaiah. For a child has been born to us, a son has been given to us, authority rests upon his shoulders, and he is named Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. His authority shall grow continually, and there shall be endless peace for the throne of David and his kingdom. You could almost say there, for Clyde Presbytery. He will establish and uphold it with justice and righteousness from this time forward and forevermore. We also need to hear the words of Jesus. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not let them be afraid. I now return to the question I asked at the beginning. Where might you have seen God at work this week? I hope and pray that before too long you just might be able to answer, I have seen God at work in our Presbytery mission plan, and I now know the plans that God has for our congregation and for me. Let us pray. Holy God, we come before you today from a variety of situations with an assortment of emotions. And while we come to approve the Presbytery mission plan, we also come to worship and adore your holy name. As we gather, we are reminded that in our differences, we are united in being made in your own image, each of us a beloved child of our Heavenly Father. Lord Jesus Christ, sometimes we think of peace as an absence of noise. Yet your peace calms our troubled hearts. Help us to open our hearts and our minds to receive and to experience your true peace in our lives. As we come to approve our mission plan, help us to live as missional people. We all lead busy lives, yet among all the claims on our attention, may you show us the one who needs our love. Among all the sounds that distract and excite us, teach us to hear the cry of pain. Amidst all the pressures of work and money, keep us alert to the needs of others and make us generous in giving. Amidst all the demands on our time, help us to rest in your presence, to watch, to listen, and receive your healing love. Holy Spirit, as we gather today as Clyde Presbytery, a court of Christ Church, be with us in our deliberations, we pray, that as we share together, our mission plan may be one that can be acceptable to us all, even if there is pain in the implementation of the plan. As we debate, may we listen to one another and share our thoughts honestly, and then embrace the changes and challenges that will face us in the months and years to come. We humbly offer these prayers in the name of Jesus Christ, our risen Saviour and Lord, who taught us to pray together, saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Let us sing a great hymn of faith that it is God who leads us and provides for us on our pilgrimage through life. Guide me, O thou great Jehovah. And if you haven't signed in on the way in, please ensure, along with the business convener and myself, that you sign in on the way out. We now move to Presbytery Planning Committee. Before we begin, it might be helpful to have a few pointers. I have already been asked what is the difference between an amendment to a deliverance and a counter motion. According to our standing orders, an amendment is not substantially contradictory of the original motion or any counter motion, but makes deletions, alterations, or additions thereto without defeating its main object. So I would suggest that if you're making changes that affect your congregation alone, then you would be submitting an amendment. If, however, your desired change would affect the whole plan, then it would be a counter motion. As we go through the deliverance, we will deal with any amendment to amendments and then the finalised amendment before considering the deliverance as a whole or any counter motions. Members of Presbytery are entitled to speak at any time. However, I would suggest that it is best to speak at the time we are considering the congregation you are representing. Apart from congregational members representatives who are not presbyters, there is no time limit. However, as their time limit is 5 minutes, I would suggest that if you cannot say what you wish to say in 5 minutes, then 10 minutes is not going to make any difference. Questions are always in order. However, I would ask you not to dress up a long statement with a short question at the end. Before we begin, I would like to thank Karen, who's actually given up a weekend's holiday to be here, and Ken and Peter for the very clear agenda which is before us today. And I now invite the Reverend Jonathan. Yes, I invite the Reverend Ken to make a comment before we begin.
Thank you very much indeed, Moderator. Just to say two things. A lot of us are not particularly well aware of the process and the procedures that we use at Presbytery meetings. We tend normally to be fairly relaxed and flexible. Today we're going to stick to time limits. I will ring the bell 1 minute before the 5 minutes is up, and then after 5 minutes we'll have to stop speaking. And secondly, if you feel that you want to move an amendment or a counter motion, but you're not absolutely sure about how to word it, or where to present it, or to move it, if you come to the table, the clerk will offer you advice in enabling you to do that. You don't want anyone to feel that they are not able to influence the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, that's very important. Thank you. I now invite Reverend Jonathan Fleming to present the deliverance.
Thank you, Moderator. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Jonathan Fleming, Interim Leader of Presbytery Planning. Moderator, it is with some fear and trepidation that I present before the Presbytery Mission Plan. And I want to thank you, first of all, for your opening devotions, which echo some of the things I was wanting to open with this morning, and this without any planning. I always like what one of my good friends describes as a God-incidence. Today we present a lot of work that has come together to become what we now know as the Presbytery Mission Plan. It has come through a process of listening. It's come through a process of prayer. It's come through a process of attempting every possible configuration that we could possibly muster. And we do, as a committee, believe that this is the most effective distribution of ministry and allocation of buildings to allow the mission of this presbytery to continue to grow and prosper. As the moderator opened with this morning, there are and there will be many of us who, at this time, using that passage from Jeremiah, feel that we are in a place of exile, or we're going into a place of exile, a place where we never intended to be, and we feel uncomfortable and challenged and anxious. And I'd like to read these words that they precede the words that Christine used today, the well-known words from Jeremiah 29. And it's in that letter to the exiles where we read, "Build houses and settle down, plant gardens and eat what they produce, marry and have sons and daughters, find wives for your sons and give your daughters in marriage so that they too may have sons and daughters. Increase in number there, do not decrease. Also seek the peace and prosperity of the city to which I have carried you into exile. Pray to the Lord for it, because if it prospers, you too will prosper." My friends, it's our hope and prayer as a committee that those who feel that they are in a place of exile will not hunker down and wait for it to end, but rather they will open their eyes to the possibilities and the opportunities that lie in these new contexts, and that we will all invest our all in furthering the mission of the church and growing the kingdom of God. It's with that, moderator, that we present the Presbytery Mission Plan to the Presbytery. But before I close, I'd like to begin and also offer, on behalf of the committee, my grateful thanks to Jack McHugh, who I'm delighted to see here looking so well. And I want to thank Jack for his sterling leadership of the committee for the majority of this process. And I'm sure that the Presbytery would like to express their gratitude to you as well. I also would like to thank all of our facilitators in each of the clusters who have diligently visited, listened, reported back and conversed as this plan has been collated. and I hope that the work that they have done is reflected in what we produce before you. Moderator, it is with those comments that I present the Presbytery Mission Plan and move the deliverance.
Thank you. Firstly, do Presbytery receive the draft mission plan? Number 2, approve the proposals in Cluster F. There is no one requesting to speak for F1 or F2, so I call upon Mike Palmer from Luss Parish Church. Yes, please. It's the only way people who are joining us online will hear you.
Thank you, Moderator. Mike Palmer, Presbytery Elder for Luss Church. If I could speak on behalf of primarily Luss Church, but also, I believe, on behalf of the 3 churches which comprise the proposed union, we learnt only in November of this proposed union, and prior to that, we 3 churches were heading in different directions. I say at the start that the proposed union to create what we're calling the 3 Lost Parish is supported and recognised as a real opportunity for these 3 churches to develop and to make a positive contribution to the communities it will serve. We've already established a joint working group and started to establish the basis and a proposed constitution for the union, and indeed a mission plan which will drive these opportunities. As far as the infrastructure is concerned, we fully recognise that the disposal of Luss Manse is accepted, also in the knowledge that this will fund a new manse in the event of success in calling a minister for the union. However, we did understand during consultation with Presbytery that a decision on the disposal of the other assets at Luss, and they are quite significant for such a small church, the disposal of those assets would be determined by the union in establishing the mission plan and in establishing a basis for the union and a constitution. It currently shows in the mission plan that all of the infrastructure at Luss, excluding the church, that's the manse, the outbuildings, the glebe, the Beadle's cottage, and a significant area of land, all of those infrastructure assets are categorised Category B, i.e. for disposal. We would ask that consideration be given to categorising those assets as Category B provisional and subject to consideration in establishing the mission plan and the constitution, subject to the consideration of those 2 activities, which will allow us the flexibility that we need over a period of time to develop a feasible and realistic contribution, noting the opportunities that are available, particularly at Luss. Would I move the proposed amendment now or during debate?
I think you move it during the debate. I think just now you're speaking on behalf of the congregation.
Yes, okay.
So I think when we get to the debate, move your amendment.
So that is the main principal request that I make on behalf of Luss, that we are allowed to retain our infrastructure, excluding the manse, which we recognise should be Category B, as being the only way forward to obtain realistic funding, that we can retain those assets until such time as the mission plan, the basis of the constitution for the union, is fully established. Thank you, Moderator.
He's a Presbytery elder. Thank you. Can somebody get the microphone? Or both? Perhaps the handheld could lie on the front pew for the future. It's here at the moment.
Right. Thank you very much. Do you need me to stand anywhere so I can be seen or wherever?
Just turn right.
Right, okay. Moderator, my question is this, and it relates to the categorisation B provisional. There is an explanation in the rubric to the report, which explains what be provisional means. So my questions are, firstly, is this something that you have discussed with the General Trustees? And secondly, if you're going to introduce an element of provisionality, why did the committee decide that not to put a time limit, a time frame upon which the provisional matters must be resolved? Those are my two questions. Sorry, I should say I'm Alan Hamilton, Killerman Church in Bearsden.
Thank you, Alan. The Presbytery clerk is going to respond first.
It's not really to answer Alan's question, which I'm going to leave to Jonathan, but it's just explain where we are at the moment so that people don't get confused. At this point, we are hearing congregations cited in their interest. It might slightly confusing matters because he's also the Presbytery elder. So we hear congregations cited in their interest, and they are just heard so that you're informed of what congregations think. And then there's Presbytery debates of the substantive, and I think that's where Alan's question to the convener comes in. So when Jonathan gets to that, but at the moment we're just hearing congregations cited in their interest. So if we can park your question until we get to the substantive consideration of it, because I think that's then discussion of the report, which I think is what you're doing. Is that okay? Well, you never asked for questions or comment on the report. I suppose yours is a question and a comment on the general report that we should have taken before we got to congregations speaking in their interest. But if you're happy with my suggestion.
Moderator, as long as my question gets answered,
I can assure you.
Before we make the decision on provisional deeds, then I'm very happy.
Oh, absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Yes,
You mark that down.
I can assure you that all questions will be answered. They might not be answered to your in the way you wish, but they will be answered.
The reason for it is that we will hear all congregational reps in cluster F in their interest, and they are then removed from the debate. So we don't hear one, then go into debate, then come out and hear another one. We hear all parties cited in their interest. Parties are then removed, and then presbyters are debating the substantive motion, which I think is when the convener can answer that question. Is that okay? Is that clear? Yeah.
Thank you, Clerk. I call on Alan Nimmo, Session Clerk at Aracher, to come and address us.
Presbytery. Following on from Mike, I think it is very fair to say on behalf of the three congregations that this probably wouldn't have been the idea we would have come up with, the union of the three, but we all feel it will work and are very keen to make it work. And for that, I think we have to give great thanks to Jonathan and Terry for the time they spent with us getting to that point. However, looking at the resourcing level, Aracher and Luss have had a vacant linkage for very many years under an allocation of 0.7. The proposed new union will bring in Ruan Shandon, but the proposed allocation still remains at 0.7, something which we haven't filled for many years. I've looked at some of the other local situations to get a bit of comparison and maybe to help illustrate the scale of the challenge we face. The proposed union of the Peninsula churches is bringing 3 congregations who've already been linked under 1 full-time minister. This parish covers an area of about 29 square miles. Cardress, which is a very similar congregation number to our proposed union, is based in 1 village, 1 site, and is a 0.7 allocation as well. But as you will see in the plan, it is recognised the amount of work undertaken in Cardress is much greater than 0.7, and that's with great thanks to the minister based there. To understand the scale of the challenge our proposed union is our area is 117 square miles. That is a quarter of all of Clyde Presbytery. If you want to travel from Rue, as a minister would have to do, to the top end of our parish, it's 28 miles. That's longer than travelling from Rue to the centre of Glasgow. When I attended the General Assembly a few years ago, where the scale of the ministerial number problem was identified, the key message was it was the number of ministers that was the issue, not the funding, although I recognise there is a funding issue as well. So whether a 0.7 minister is allocated to our proposed parish or one full-time minister, the impact on minister numbers is the same, because you're not cutting somebody's arm off and sending it somewhere else in the presbytery to help. 0.7 or one minister is one minister. So I would ask for you to support our request to be allowed to call a full-time minister. Otherwise, I feel, and I always laugh at the number of phrases we have in the church, deferred unions, deferred linkages, whatever. I think we're in danger of adding another lexicon to that, which would be a perpetual vacancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you for keeping to time. I call on Andrew Nisbet, Session Clerk at Ruan Shandon Parish Church.
Thank you, Moderator and Presbytery, for allowing us to give our views on this particular part of the plan. First of all, I would echo Alan's point that the support and encouragement we received from Jonathan and Terry was wonderful, and we were grateful for the flexibility they showed. They've come up with an ingenious plan for us, which we didn't see coming, to be honest, as Alan has said. And we are all enthusiastically adopting and looking forward to working towards a union of the three churches. That said, I echo what Alan has already said, that we don't underestimate the challenge. It's a huge area. It's a diverse range of churches. We're all different in our different ways, different sizes, and different types of area that we represent. So it's for that reason that I think, in the first instance, the argument that Alan has made for making the allocation not 0.7, but 1 for a full-time minister with us is one I want to support. And I would add, I appreciate that it says, I think, in 1.62 of the plan, that it has been difficult to stick to the allocation of 40 FTEs, and indeed it is proposing 41.5 FTEs, because in some areas there have been special circumstances why it has been necessary to up the amount, and that is recognised in that point and is being put forward to presumably Faith Nurture Forum and the others at 121 as an exception, if you like. And I think the points that Alan has already made are the special circumstances in our case as well. I'm sure everybody would plead special cases, but I think we've demonstrated in terms of the area and the diverse nature of our congregation and the challenges we will face, not just in pulling together a union, but then delivering a mission over such a wide area and a diverse area, that a full-time minister will be of terrific benefit for us in that case. On the second point that was raised by Mike Palmer about the disposal of various assets of Lusk Church, we all agree that that is something that we need some time to work through how our mission will work and what benefit there will be to the new union of perhaps retaining some of those. It's not just maybe to help out Luss Church as a single entity, but some of their property may well be of use to us in promoting the union as a whole. There is also the issue of the Beadle's Cottage, which of course is a tied house, and you can't just go in and change that immediately. Something will have to be worked out as to how that may or may not be disposed. So I think the idea that it's all done and dusted by 2024 really needs rethinking, and we should be allowed time to work through what we need, how it will assist our union, and so the proposal there to change it from B to be provisional for those particular assets is one that I would ask you to support. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you, Andrew. Parties are now removed. Before we move on to questions, can I suggest that as we come into each cluster, anybody who's wanting to speak in that cluster comes and sits at the front of the church? I know we're Presbyterians, but it won't actually kill you. We've already had one question. Jonathan, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator, and thank you, Alan, for the question. On the subject of be provisional, what you may see from the summary grid at the end of the plan are two things. First of all, the buildings designations and the release date. Obviously, Alan asked the question, why are there no time scales attached to the B provisionals? You will see the number of B provisionals has reduced dramatically in this draft of the plan. And in fact, on my last count, there were 3 B provisional situations. That being the Amockery Halls for Paisley West, the sanctuary of Gaelic Head, and the sanctuary at Bearsden Westerton Fairley Memorial. Now, the reason why these are B provisional at the moment is because there are ongoing discussions, are imminent discussions, as to what the future will hold for those situations. For one of them, it's the subject of a feasibility study. For the other one, it's about a discussion which has already begun about an impending union. And in the other one, it is waiting for the results of a survey on the building to determine its viability. They're the only 3 B provisionals that we have in the plan now. We have now tried, as best as we can, to pick a lane rather than sitting on the fence with B provisional, and it is, and that is why that is why the committee intends. This is a spoiler alert. It is the intention of the committee to resist any intentions to change anything else to be provisional for that reason. Alan, I hope that answers your question, and thank you for the question.
Thank you. We now move in. Are there any other questions? We now move to debate Cluster F as a whole. Is there anybody who would like to speak?
Thank you, Moderator. Alan Hamilton again, Killermont Church in Bearsden. It is unfortunate that Cluster F comes first. Nothing that I have to say here particularly is peculiar to Cluster F, but this is the first opportunity that we have to consider some significant issues. I am just finishing study leave. I've read a couple of books, one by Liam Fraser, one by Tommy McNeil, both of which are very clear that the church and the Presbyterian Church and presbyters, ministers in particular, are too quick to criticise and to bash the bride of Christ, and I've certainly no intention of doing so. I also have considerable sympathy with Jonathan and with his team. However, I am concerned that this plan is one of two things is going to happen. This plan is going to be sent back to us by the General Trustees, we end up with a whole lot of buildings problems that remain outstanding, but actually embedded in new ministries, in new linkages, and in new unions. I am very concerned that a number of A's should in fact be B's with time limits, and I'm very concerned that B provisionals should be B's with time limits. And that is the standard practice across the whole of the rest of the church. It is where there is a recognition that the B may change. It may lead to earlier disposal, or it may lead to retention of buildings, a recategorization of A. But rather than simply give a B provisional, there is a date set, a time limit by which decisions or the information required to make decisions must be obtained. It means that the Presbytery retains control. And that is a key point. This is a Presbytery mission plan. We cannot and we will not be allowed to turn this into a patchwork of congregational plans. So in other words, we have to decide, and if we don't decide now, we'll have to decide in the near future. So I am concerned that Presbytery risks losing control of the process, that we risk retaining a number of buildings with significant liabilities or concerns, and that in an effort to be fair, or to be seen to be fair, we create legacy problems for ourselves. So I'm certainly delighted to hear that Jonathan will resist any more B provisionals. If any congregation or cluster or group of congregations has a suggestion for a B with a date by which something must be done, I think that is worthy of consideration, but certainly not any more B provisionals, or indeed A's, which in fact should be B's, with clear dates by which the Presbytery must make its decisions. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you, Alan. And the clerk is... Oh, sorry, I thought the clerk was indicating that he wished to speak. Are there any other comments? Please come forward, introduce yourself. You can speak from the lectern.
Tim Maynard, Barhead St Andrew's Parish Church. Just a very quick point. We're talking here about central allocation of ministry resource from the central church. There's no reason why locally you cannot make it up to a full-time post. If you're allocated a 0.7 FTE from the central church, if you're selling assets locally, you can advertise it as a full-time post, but fund some of that locally. So that might help with some of the discussion as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, that is helpful indeed. Any other comments? Move to amendments. Yes, and now we proceed to any proposed amendments. Yep.
Moderator, following on from the representations by the three congregations, I'd like to present a proposed amendment, and then separately, as I understand from the discussion, I will be presenting a counter motion, if I have it correct. So the proposed amendment is that the Plan B amended such that LUS infrastructure be categorised as follows: that the manse would be Category B, and that other infrastructure would be Category B provisional. And I hear the resistance to that already. More importantly, perhaps, the text within the highlights and potentials section should be amended to include the following commentary. And that is that LUS church infrastructure includes the manse, a significant area of adjacent land, a number of outbuildings, including a heritage centre currently set up to support outreach activities, a glebe accessible by footbridge, which is visited by many of the visitors to LUS, and that is theoretically 1 million visitors a year, and a cottage currently occupied by the church beadle. The mission plan and the basis for the constitution of the union should be finalised and consideration be given to any requirement for retention of these elements of this infrastructure other than the manse in order for the opportunities to be realised. I believe the insertion of that text into the highlights and potential section gives the proposed union the time and the opportunity to investigate what, if anything, should be retained. And I'm not saying that anything should be retained, but it gives us the time and the opportunity to determine what should be retained in order to develop an effective mission plan and indeed to proceed with the basis for the union. So that is my proposed amendment to the plan as it relates to cluster F3.
Are we able to see that on the screen? Thank you. We can't see the screen, so do you have a seconder?
Yes, I hope so.
Thank you. Jonathan, would you like to respond?
Yes, of course.
Oh, anybody else want to? I should have asked if anybody else wants to speak to the amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, moderator. As we've just heard from Alan, the B provisional category, and it's a situation we're not looking to enter into. And so what I would say is we are happy to amend the narrative to unpack what the infrastructure is, just to list that it includes the manse, the significant area of land, etc. But we would not be prepared to accept the commentary as to the process by which this would unpack itself. What we would say is, in light again of what Alan has informed us of, we would be inclined to remain with category B for that infrastructure, but to set the date in the summary grid as the fourth quarter of 2026, which is the latest we are allowed to put something into the plan, which gives the congregation, or indeed the United Congregation, the time it needs to work with the General Trustees to make whatever adjustments need to be made to land, to dispose of what is to be disposed of, and in collaboration with the General Trustees to come up with what the best route forward is. It also allows a pastoral length of time for the disposal of the Beadle's Cottage and any implications that come with that. So while I'm happy to unpack the infrastructure for the purposes of information, I would not want to include anything about the process by which that would happen, but simply offer a longer term, to give a categorical time of the end of 2026 as the time frame to make the necessary alterations in collaboration with the General Trustees.
Jonathan, have you just made an amendment to an amendment, or is that a separate amendment? Or a clarification of an amendment?
I would say it's a clarification of an amendment, moderator.
But you're changing...
It's on the summary grid, yes. Yep, so it would be a counter motion, wouldn't it? It would be an amendment to an amendment.
The amendment to the summary.
Yes. Yep, so the amendment to the amendment would be that it would be, what we'd be looking at is, our amendment in the name of the committee would be that it would be category B with a final disposal date in the summary grid of Q4 2026.
Presbytery, I believe we have two amendments before us at the moment. We have the amendment on behalf of Luss Parish Church, which amends the building categorisation for the Luss estate to A, and we have a further amendment which amends the summary statement, which allows the timescale to be changed to the last quarter of 2026. Is there anybody who would like to speak to the convener's amendment?
I have a question.
Questions are always allowed.
Moderator, Jonathan, thank you very much for that clarification. I'm neither a lawyer nor an architect nor an expert in these matters. What I'm looking for, or what we are looking for, is some assurance and guarantee that categorising all of the infrastructure at Category B with an end date of 2026, that doesn't in effect mean that plan must be implemented without change, because we know that there are some elements of that infrastructure which will need to be retained beyond 2026. I don't want to go into the detail with Presbytery, I don't want to take your time up, but if we dispose of everything, for example, there will not be a single car parking slot outside the manse in the centre of the village which prohibits car parking. And that is important. So I use that as a simple example that I'm looking for assurance that during that period between now and 2026, that there will be the opportunity to make changes should these be identified in agreement with Presbytery and the trustees.
Thank you for that, Mike. Alan Hamilton, can I ask you to be in standby in case I get this wrong? What I would say is, in light of what Alan has said in capacity of his involvement with Faith Nurture and what he said prior to this amendment being proposed, what the assurance I can give is that in the course of the time frame between now and Q4 2026, it would be to liaise with the General Trustees to make these alterations as appropriate, as in adjusting the land pattern for the purposes of creating a car park, to determine if there are parts that are to be retained and if the General Trustees deem that to be an appropriate course of action, and for that time to be used to make those determinations as appropriate. And if those alterations were to be made, we would be then subsequently informed, but it would be with the endorsement of the General Trustees over the course of that time frame. Saying that it's Category B with an end date of 2026 is not that on the 31st of December 2026 everything evaporates out of your ownership. It's that these 3 and a bit years would be to allow you to make these to engage in these consultations, to make the necessary changes to the land footprint, etc., and to, in collaboration with the General Trustees, determine which buildings are to be disposed of and which ones are effectively disposed of. Alan, have I said anything out of turn?
Can I just say, do you disagree with what's just been said?
Moderator, I don't disagree. It might help if I were to say just one more thing. I don't want to delay this, and it's simply this. I don't speak for FNF and I don't speak for the General Trustees, but I've sat in on more meetings than I care to count at which this very issue has been considered. The basic principle is a B can become an A and an A can become a B. So to answer...
So there's flexibility within the plan.
There's flexibility, but it means the decision has to be made by a certain date.
Thank you. That's helpful. So we have 2 amendments before us. We have the plan to be amended to be provisional for the Luss estate, and then we also have the second amendment that amends the summary to be the last quarter of 2026. I am minded to take the second amendment first because that might change the outcome of the first amendment. So those in favour of amending the summary to be the last quarter of 2026, please stand. Those against? That carries. We move on to the amendment from Luss Parish Church, amends the building categorisation for the Luss estate to A. If you agree to that, will you please stand? And against? Thank you. The amendment falls, but I think you will be happy with the amendment in the name of the committee. I hope you're happy with them.
With the assurance that I've received.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you very much.
I have a counter motion now, I think.
Next, we've now got the ministry designation.
We've got the ministry allocation to come next, which is in the name... Are you speaking to that as well?
Well, Alan's not committed to, so I will have to.
Thank you. So this is to speak to amending the ministerial allocation from 0.7 to 1 full-time equivalent.
Further to what has been presented by both Alan on behalf of Arica and Andrew on behalf of Rue, I would propose the following counter motion with regard to...
I think it's an amendment rather than a counter motion.
Oh, does it not have impact on all of the numbers? Which is why I...
Okay, right, fine, we'll take it as a counter
I mean, I
motion.
take advice.
We'll take it as a counter motion, yes.
So the counter motion is relating to the allocation of a 0.7 full-time equivalent minister to the proposed union. All parties to this proposed linkage and subsequent union of the churches recognise the challenge of successfully calling a minister to a 0.7 FTE basis for such a dispersed and diverse parish. We note that the linkage of Arica with Luss has had an allocation of 0.7 FTE and has had no success in calling a minister since 2013. The inclusion of Rue and Shandon into this grouping with no increase in ministerial allocation, given that the parish area will be over a quarter of the whole of Clyde Presbytery, gives no confidence in the possibility of calling a minister. We welcome the allocation of one OLM to our linkage union, but this cannot be used to justify the 0.7 FTE because there's no guarantee that the OLM will be retained or be available. So therefore we would propose that the allocation be raised to one full-time equivalent minister for the proposed union.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, I hope so.
Thank you. Anybody like well, first of all, any questions? Any
Moderator Alan Hamilton Killerman. Again, I have no dog in this particular fight, but my question, I think, applies to all suggestions that we change individual allocations. It's a question for the convener. If the Presbytery agrees from an increase from 0.7 to 1 FTE equivalent, what does this mean for the other congregations in the cluster, and what does this mean for the rest of the Presbytery?
Thank you for the question. The simple answer would be, if we were to put 0.3 onto Luss, Arica and Rue, we would need to remove 0.3 from somewhere else in the Presbytery plan. It is as simple as that. The question would be, if we were to agree to that, where would we take the 0.3 from? And it's for that reason that the committee would be minded to resist this counter motion. We fully appreciate... Am I able to continue? Thank you. We fully appreciate...
Before you do go further, you've answered the question. I just want to ask, are there any other questions? I will allow you to have your summing up.
Thank you.
Moderator, thank you. It's really a question for... Pardon? All right, Stephen Smith, Kilbarchan Parish Church. It's a question asking for clarity in the light of Tim's comment, which was seeking to be helpful about providing the other 0.3 locally. Is that as straightforward as Tim made it? Because I have an amendment that may be coming to do with asking the Planning Committee to make presentation to the General Trustees, specifically asking that local monies can be allocated locally.
Yes, please.
Are we answering Stephen's question?
Yes,
yes. The question he wants to ask. What question are we answering?
It's all right, I can answer without...
Yeah.
It's okay, I can answer this question without answering Stephen's later question. So what I would say is, there have been instances in the past where the proceeds from the disposal of assets have been used to undertake mission work. But that is not a mainstream approach, and it is not something that the General Trustees are, at this moment in time, interested in making a mainstream response to the disposal of assets. What I would say, however, is there is nothing stopping congregations, hopefully through the help of the reduction in our allocation of funds through the Giving to Grow programme, to use our local funds to perhaps supplement the ministry in an area through local resources. That is entirely possible and has always been possible. And that was something which we did discuss briefly in our conversations with Lusru and Arica. So thank you for the question, Stephen.
Thank you, Stephen. Any other questions?
Thank you, Moderator. I have one further question, Jonathan. As already asked, is it possible that the 0.3 could be added to the additional application as a special case, the additional number that you have in the plan going forward?
Thank you for the question. The short answer, Mike, I'm afraid, is no. And the reason for that is the over-allocations that we have are, in many respects, how do I word this? They are more temporary allocations. They are not permanent allocations. The over-allocation request for Paisley Abbey is to allow for a transition minister to be appointed, and that has a time frame within it. The problem with if we were to add a 0.3 on for Rue, Luss and Arica would be that we were adding a permanent 0.3 addition on, and that's not something which the committee is mindful to do in the course of this plan. What I would say is the other point in the matter is we have, and has been alluded to, there is an OLM that has been appointed or has been recommended in the plan for them.
Just say you're moving into summing
Sorry,
up.
yes, I will stop.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Any comments? Jonathan, I now invite you to close the debate. Yes.
Thank you, Moderator. Just chomping at the bit. So as I indicated earlier, the committee is minded to resist this increase in ministry allocation. But it is not without a heavy heart, because we do fully appreciate the work, the sterling work, that the Three Lochs Parish Church, which will hopefully it will be named, have done in forming their working group and working so diligently in getting to the point that we're at. We are delighted that there is an OLM in the locale, the Reverend Ian Miller, not Ian Miller, another Ian Miller, and Ian is obviously in the Arica area and is committed to being a part of this new united parish. We do understand that this is a large parish and obviously a very large geographical area. However, there are many other instances in presbyteries across the land with a similar footprint to this, which are actually being ministered to by a much smaller allocation. In some cases, up in the north of Scotland, there are 3 parishes with a much larger parish area that are only actually being allocated 0.5 rather than 0.7. I would say that the fact that it is now a union rather than a linkage will hopefully go some way to being a bit more of an attractive prospect for a prospective minister, because there is only one administration to handle. And I would hope and pray with the work that you've already done so well, and I'm not saying this in a patronising way, I do wholeheartedly thank you and commend you for the work that you've done so far. I hope that this continues to bear fruit, and any minister that answers that call will be a very lucky minister indeed. So with that in mind, Moderator, I'm inclined to resist the counter-motion.
Thank you. We now move to a vote on the counter-motion. The counter-motion will be the ministerial allocation for F3, thank you, will be moved from 0.7 to 1 FTE. If you approve of that agree with the counter-motion, will you please stand? And if you are voting against the counter-motion, please stand. Thank you. The counter-motion falls. I know we very often take things on a consensus, but I think it's important today that we do stand for our voting. So we move to the Deliverance approves the proposal in Cluster F. We've closed the debate, Jane. Sorry. If Presbytery approves the proposals for Cluster F with the amendment, including the amendment from the committee, will you please stand? And if you oppose the proposal for Cluster F, will you please stand? Thank you, Presbytery. We move on, and I invite anybody in Cluster E who wishes to speak to come forward to the front of the church. And indeed, I call upon Charles Gothard to speak. Charles is a representative elder for Dumbarton West.
Moderator, Charles Gothard, Presbytery Elder for Dumbarton West Kirk. The reasoning behind the selection of Riverside Church as the chosen church of the Unified Congregations of Riverside, St Andrews and West Kirk has been generally accepted as the church has a town centre location and was historically been regarded as a parish church, a Presbyterian church which has existed on this site since 1690. In the mid-1990s, the West Kirk underwent a comprehensive restoration programme costing in excess of £2 million, none of which was funded by the Church of Scotland. The church and the hall are today in good structural condition, requiring only upgrading of the church toilets to accessible standards to meet modern requirements. Recently installed wheelchair access to the hall meets full council approval. The church is centrally located for three most deprived areas in the west of Scotland and has a thriving community spirit, a large car park, activity area and ground to expand. A regular feature of the nearly new sale run over two sales, one in May and one October over the last 12 years. This sale has raised over £100,000 for church funds. At the present moment, we are running a very successful coffee club and book club, which many people out with the church who live in the neighbourhood use. This would affect these people greatly, as many of them are elderly and can be housebound. Riverside, or whatever name it will be known under the new union, is in serious need of a similar restoration programme. Given today's prices and inflation, a cost of at least £4 million is likely to be required to bring this church up to the fit-for-purpose condition. Is the Church of Scotland prepared to support this work, or will the newly unified congregation be saddled with years of maintenance costs, which, after all, will be the last Church of Scotland congregation in Dumbarton?
Thank you, Charles. Can I just say, before we move on, please be seated. Can I say before we move on, only presbyters are able to vote when we come to the deliverance. So only presbyters, or indeed whether it's an amendment or a counter motion, only representative elders and ministers are able to vote. Parties are now removed, and I ask for any questions. Are there any comments? Are there any amendments? Yes, I have an amendment here that the building characterisation for Dumbarton West Kirk is moved from B to A, and thank you for putting that on the screen.
Moderator, Alistair Shaw, Minister at Howwood, linked with Johnston St Paul's. I played a part in the decisions for Cluster E, gathered information and put it to the whole committee. The figure of 4 million for Dumbarton Riverside is totally new to me today. We did consult with Jamie McNamara, the buildings officer, and he spoke of a figure of 200,000, not all of which would be required immediately. There would be a smaller sum to put the halls right in the foreseeable future, but longer term it would amount to 200,000. There was nothing ever said about £4 million being required. I would point out that Riverside and Westkirk are relatively close together. They're both in the town centre. The distance that separates them is 0.7 miles. The committee took into consideration the AMBA scores, and there the figure for Riverside was 92, and the figure for the Westkirk was 83. These figures put Riverside as green and Westkirk as amber. We also took into consideration reports, up-to-date reports from Jamie McNamara, and it seemed to the committee that the right decision was to retain Riverside and not Westkirk. Riverside has a good suite of halls, 3 large halls, one of which has a partition so that it can actually be created into 2 smaller halls, and in that sense would have 4 halls. Westkirk has 1 large hall and 1 very small hall. Part of the consultation was to find out what organisations were involved and what kind of numbers in these organisations, and information was sought from all 3 session clerks. That was duly submitted, and it was the feeling of the committee that Riverside would be adequate in a way that Westkirk would not be to accommodate these organisations. If another church were to be retained in Dumbarton, a case could be made for St Andrews, given that it is in a housing scheme. At one stage, the committee did favour that. I think that was back in November when we spoke of the possibility of retaining 2. But we discovered that St Andrews had suffered badly during the pandemic. Organisations were weaker. There wasn't likely to be the personnel to man St Andrews, and for that reason, the committee went for 1 building to be retained, namely that of Riverside. And I would urge Presbytery to adhere to what is in the plan and not any amendment to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just say this amendment has not been formally proposed yet. Do I have a proposer for the amendment? And do I have a seconder? Thank you. Is that a member of Presbytery that was seconding? It has to be a member of Presbytery who seconds a proposal. So there's no seconder, so the amendment falls, I'm afraid. But thank you for that clarification. It is good to hear the thought processes behind decisions. And as we've already heard, no decision on putting a building into Category B has been taken lightly. We now move to the Deliverance 3 as a whole approves the proposals in Cluster E. If you approve and you are a member of Presbytery, will you please stand? And if you're voting against, will you please stand? Thank you, that is carried. We now move on to Cluster D, and I would ask those who wish to speak to come forward. And I have a request to speak from Alistair Burrows. No, right.
Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, Alistair Burrow, there's only one of me. Session Clerk, Bearsden, New Kilpatrick. Our Kirk session met on Wednesday to consider the fresh draft mission plan, and I have been tasked with expressing their concerns with it. Firstly, we are disappointed that the concerns we raised last November in relation to the plan as a whole have not been addressed. That is perhaps understandable given the way in which the process has been conducted, but we are disappointed that the listen exercise has apparently focused on the issues of individual congregations, and mission has not been part of that discussion and scarcely mentioned at all in the process. We are disappointed that after the introduction, the only mentions of mission are generally vague statements to justify the retention of buildings, rather than a clear sense of mission running through the plan and its detailed proposals. The weaknesses which concerned us with the first draft have not been addressed and remain. One of our elders asked how Presbytery would monitor the discussions which it is suggested we hold with Bearsden Cross and Mulgai Cairns, and the answer is that there is nowhere in the plan that mentions how that monitoring will take place. One of our elders described the Presbytery mission plan as a Presbytery mismanagement plan. That is not entirely a criticism of the Presbytery. The General Assembly in 121 must bear at least part of the responsibility. But this plan, like many others across the country, it would seem, has generated negative press comment, and there has been no apparent effort to counter the negative PR which has been generated. That does not help with mission or in attracting people to or back to church. And it seems it has also been an HR disaster. An unprecedented number of ministers are suffering from stress, and no wonder. And the future of those who are about to be ordained, having successfully completed training, has been thrown into doubt. The process can hardly be described as being helpful for recruitment to the ministry. In retrospect, we could perhaps have had more dialogue and less listening. The result is that my Kirk session feel that their willingness to listen and be open to others has been abused, as we have been subjected to constantly shifting ideas about what to do with us after the planning committee apparently have satisfied the objections of other congregations, and we are feeling bruised and abused. We find nothing radical, innovative, exciting, inspiring, or engaging in what is proposed, and perhaps if there had been more dialogue with us about our future as a community, we would have found all of these elements in the plan. Sadly, we think the process over the last few months, as evidenced by the revisions to the November draft and a changing format of today, has destroyed any integrity which the plan had last November. It appears to have been a rather shabby attempt to buy off the opposition to the plan. The result is that, assuming that 121 agree, we are keeping more properties and still attempting to do what we've been doing for decades as numbers have dwindled, except that now, if approved, we will be doing it with fewer resources than was proposed last November. As the largest congregation by numbers and the largest financial contributor to Presbytery, we decided a year ago that it would not be helpful or welcomed if we expressed views on what others should do. Perhaps that was foolish of us, but we are deeply concerned about the effect of the latest proposals in Mulgai. We are willing to engage with Cairns over the next 5 years and keen to see where God might lead us, but we do not believe in our hearts that dismembering Mulgai as a community, as the plan proposes, is the correct way to achieve a single Church of Scotland congregation in Mulgai. We are also concerned that confusing the community to which we are reaching out in mission will not serve us well. Our perception of mission is that we are open to anyone who wants to journey along the road with us, and if the present draft is approved, we will work to achieve its aims. If the congregations in Mulgai are content with the proposals, then our view is that we do not object, but we do not think what is proposed is in the best interests of mission in Mulgai or the future of the Church of Scotland in that community. And geography and the sense of community will be major hurdles to achieving what is proposed for us, Bearsden Cross and Cairns. Since I'm running out of time, I'll not tell you what my session decided to do about the plan. I don't have time.
Thank you. I now call upon Ramsay Shields from Mulgai St Luke's.
Thank you, Moderator. Ramsay Shields, Mulgai St Luke's. If I can just follow on and comment on a statement that Alistair has just made, that would be to say that the congregations in Mulgai, or certainly my congregation in Mulgai, are not happy, as you suggest. I have to say, and I haven't had the chance to give Jonathan a heads up, I have been off sick since Christmas. I've only just returned, so I have been blissfully protected from all of the discussions, the consultations. However, my Kirk session have been involved, and we too had a Kirk session meeting this week, and the unanimous feeling is that as far as Mulgai is concerned, the Kirk session feel that the plan is not yet fit for purpose. The feeling of the Kirk Session is that two full-time equivalents should be allocated to Mulgai, one in the centre and one on the strategic site that is St Luke's, which moved a number of years ago from the centre to its current position to service and facilitate mission to that growing community. Although the revised plan has addressed some of the issues raised at the cluster meeting, the Kirk Session of St Luke's would feel that there has not been sufficient and in-depth discussion around the fact that there are two buildings a few hundred metres apart in the centre of Mulgai, and on that basis, to follow on from what Alistair has said, I would report that I don't have any amendments, but my Kirk Session are not happy with the situation as envisaged for Mulgai. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you, Ramsay. And I call upon Christine Goldie, who is interim moderator at Old Kilpatrick Bowling. Can I just say, as Christine is coming to the lectern, that while individual congregational representatives may leave after their cluster has been discussed and agreed, Presbytery representatives need to stay, because we could end up with a situation of not being quorate by the end of the day when we're still discussing the Presbytery plan. So even if you are a Presbytery representative in cluster F or E, please stay for the whole day. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. Brothers and sisters, is this the point where I would speak to my amendment that I propose?
This is a point where you are speaking on behalf, and then we will take amendments later.
Righto, thank you very much, Moderator. I speak as the interim moderator at Old Kilpatrick Bowling Church. When the folk there read the draft plan on the 1st of March, they were a little taken aback, I think, to see that the categorisation of the Old Kilpatrick Bowling Sanctuary had changed from what had been a B provisional, you know we're going round the same loop here, to B. I am going to request that the committee would consider reverting to that B provisional categorisation, because I and the folk in Old Kilpatrick Bowling believe that this would be the most appropriate option. It would allow time, rather, for consideration of the most appropriate options for the glebe, the land on which the hall sits, and the manse. There has been talk of selling these as one lot, and it might be attractive to a purchaser. The church is listed, it sits in the middle of a graveyard. More importantly, it sits in the middle of a village and is visible and well equipped. It will be no surprise if I say that under its last minister, this congregation had a torrid time, but since the minister's demission at the end of October, some who left the congregation have returned. They are in better heart. They are doing more positively. I think that's maybe all I want to say just at the moment, and not rehearse the argument I might make later.
Thank you. And I understand that Fiona Hennerby wants to oppose the change that might be proposed.
Thank you, Moderator. That's not necessary. I'm with Fiona. That's withdrawing. Request to speak.
Thank you. That's appreciated. Parties are removed, and I now ask for any questions. Andrew, are you standing to ask a question? No, thank you. So we move to amendments, and the first amendment is, this is for D2, amend the narrative to ensure it includes that the three congregations will form a parish grouping, and I have been informed that the committee are minded to accept. Thank you. Is Presbytery now minded to accept? Thank you. We move on to the next amendment, which is to D5, amends the decision to designate the church building of Old Kilpatrick Bowling Parish Church as Category B and revert to its original designation as Category B provisional. And I invite Christine to speak to this amendment.
Thank you, Moderator. I propose the following amendment: that the Presbytery Planning Committee amends its decision to designate the church building at Old Kilpatrick Parish Church as Category B and revert to the original designation as Category B, if possible, for a period of approximately 2 years. I think that if the congregation was given a stay of execution, say 2 years as I've suggested, it would be able to start to work things out in relation to the proposed union with Dalmuir Barclay, and I think better outcomes could be achieved. Not necessarily the long-term survival of the church building, just time to work carefully and prayerfully through the possibilities. Jonathan, I'm going to hand over to you now. You might make me happy. Or when the time is right.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak to this amendment? Jonathan? Oh, is it seconded? Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. Further to the conversations that we have had recently about LUS, I would like to propose an amendment as well in the name of the committee, and that would be that it would remain Category B. However, it would be Q4 of 2026 to allow for those discussions to take place and for the General Trustees to make the necessary decisions as appropriate.
Thank you. So, again, we have 2 amendments before us, and I'm going to take them in the... Oh, yes. Is there anybody who would like to speak to the amendment that the committee has given, which is to extend the timing to the last quarter of 2026? And Christine, would you be prepared to accept that amendment?
Yes, Moderator.
Okay, so thank you. We now just have one amendment before us, which is to change the summary to the last quarter of 2026. Do Presbytery agree with that? And if so, would you please stand? Thank you. And those against the amendment? Thank you. So we can come... Thank you. Yes, yes. It took longer to get to his feet than he thought. So we have the deliverance, which is to approve the proposals in Cluster D. If you so agree, will you please stand? Thank you. And those against? Thank you. I now call for a 5, at most 10-minute comfort break, 10 minutes, but I am at the beginning of the queue.
Parish last night. They are desperate to use them. And I left a message at 121 for the guy, Ian Russell, to contact. Right.
Presbytery, can I call you back into session, please?
Right, okay, right. Right, so I won't be speaking. Right, okay. I think just call for...
I need to make an apology first, apparently. It's been requested. Fiona Hennerby didn't want to speak.
Who?
Fiona Hennerby didn't want to speak. Presbytery, before we move on to Cluster C, I have an apology to give to Fiona Hennerby. I understand that she was not opposing any change, and I do thank her for withdrawing her time to speak. That was appreciated, and I hope you accept my apology. We move on to Cluster C, and I ask those who have requested to speak to come forward. And that is Thomas Blaine, who would like to speak of Paisley Oakshott Trinity's mission work.
Thank you, Moderator, and good morning, Presbytery. I am also the manager of the Wine Centre, which is Oakshott Trinity's outreach centre. In the current version of the Presbytery plan, it reads, "The Church has operated the Wine Centre for almost 40 years, and this centre has offered many missional opportunities. The centre is very well used and is a modern complex. It is a model which many other congregations could learn from." To give context to what has been said in the report, the Wine Centre it has 10 paid members of staff, a counselling service which currently has 24 counsellors who are either fully trained or in training, and in the space of the last year we have had 77 different organisations use the space. Some of these groups include various anonymous groups, emergency service support groups and cancer support groups. We have also 3 organisations that have a permanent base at the centre in victim support, the Scottish Court Service and Highland Theological College. This is the theology department of the University of the Highland and Islands, and they use the Wynd as their Central Belt campus. Our minister has also assisted students with pastoral care and has been asked by the campus manager on several occasions to assist with other issues. The centre is regularly open 6 to 7 days a week and is a fully operational private limited company as well as a charity. As the Wine Centre is under the umbrella of Oakshott Trinity Church, the overall responsibility of the centre is with the church and the Kirk Session. The Minister of Oakshott Trinity is also the chairman of the Wind Board and has been so for 6 years. With the responsibility of the Wine Centre falling directly to the church, this is a large undertaking already before adding a large part of Paisley as a direct responsibility to Oakshott. As the main focus of this Presbytery plan is to focus on mission in the community, I would like to give some further details on our counselling service. The service is counselling clients from all over the west of Scotland, and some of our fully trained volunteer counsellors come as far as Dunoon to hold sessions. Since the counselling service reopened in May 2021 after COVID restrictions were eased, we have had 357 clients attend the service, and we offer up to 18 weekly sessions per client. We also have a bespoke child play therapy service for 5 to 12-year-olds with a trained child therapist. The Wine Centre is set to celebrate its 40th anniversary next year, and with the proposed redevelopment of the centre of Paisley, there would be a new pathway created directly from the centre of the High Street to the front door of the Wine Centre, which will increase the visibility of the mission centre of the church significantly. Also, with the amount of houses and flats which are part of this plan by Renfrewshire Council, the number of people in our parish will increase significantly before any proposed changes are made by this plan. With all of this work completed already at the Wynd, we have serious concerns that a significant increase of our parish would be overwhelming and therefore detrimental to the missional work already carried out by both denominations of Oakshott Trinity. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. I have no other requests to speak, so I therefore ask... I apologise, I don't have that request to speak. You can make comments during the debate.
I think I'd rather...
Okay.
If you don't mind, Moderator. Moderator, Clerk, ladies and gentlemen, my name's Kenneth Ritchie. I'm an elder at Paisley Abbey. And on behalf of the Kirk Session of Paisley Abbey, I would want to record our thanks to the representatives of the Presbytery Planning Committee who met with us on more than one occasion since the last meeting of Presbytery on the 22nd of November last year. And we're grateful to the representatives and to the Planning Committee as a whole that they've removed the inconsistency that we'd identified in relation to the categorisation of our buildings. We're even more grateful that they have recognised and remedied the difficulty that we perceived were the Ministry of Paisley Abbey to be afforded only a 0.5 minister. Now, this addressed 2 out of the 3 concerns that I intimated to Presbytery on the 22nd of November. The third was in respect to the proposal that Paisley Abbey have a transition minister appointed. Now, Kirk Session still has significant reservations about the premises for the introduction of this type of ministry. Now, we recognise that Paisley Abbey is very vulnerable at present, both by being in vacancy and because of a shortfall in the contributions demanded for the Ministry and Mission Fund. And we know that both of these considerations were influential in persuading the Planning Committee that transition ministry was appropriate at this juncture. So in respect to the first of these vulnerabilities, we would note that it is a matter of signal disappointment to the Kirk Session and the congregation that the ministry of our most recent incumbent was so short, despite the significant and consistent levels of support, encouragement and fellowship afforded by the Kirk Session and by our previous interim moderators. And I know Mr. Hood's there. I haven't seen if Dr. Hood's there, but I hope that they would agree that that had been the case. The second of these premises is a matter of financial record. But in this, we would want to note our dissatisfaction that so far it's not been properly recognised that whilst our congregation, like so many others, was able relatively quickly to restore and maintain its regular giving, the Abbey's loss of income from commercial activity during the protracted period of lockdown restrictions could not so easily be restored. Thus, essentially, we are being pursued for a share of income we have never received, nor could this reasonably be expected to be met from congregational giving. So, whilst we recognise the influence, appropriate or otherwise, of these vulnerabilities, we remain concerned that a transition ministry is designed as a national and presbytery intervention, and we don't accept that there is a need for an intervention if this implies any degree of culpability or failure on the part of the Kirk Session. As was previously intimated, there is considerable concern that the principal relationship for a transition minister is not with the Kirk Session, but with a transition support group, which will not include any representation from the Kirk Session. Now, we had hoped that one way of addressing this might be agreement on the part of Clyde Presbytery that one of the 2 nominees to the transition support group could be the Abbey's Presbytery elder. We're very grateful to the Reverend Graham Wilson, who raised this concern with officials at 121 George Street on our behalf. But it was very disappointing to receive confirmation that the transition support group will not include a member of the Kirk Session or the congregation. But it was disconcerting to be advised, and I quote, that this is to avoid conflict of interest and to allow the transition support group to drive the objective, sometimes in challenging circumstances. We don't understand where this conflict of interest arises, nor can we understand how the transition support group could hope to drive the objectives of a transition ministry without the active support of the Kirk Session, the congregation, the Abbey staff, and the wider community of volunteers, all of whom are essential to the running of the Abbey. We remain very concerned that the voice of the Kirk Session, and thus representation of the congregation, is not integral or even a constituent part of the transition support group. We accept that we have particular and peculiar challenging circumstances, but we must reiterate we've been advertising these to the general trustees for nigh on 20 years and coping with them without any meaningful or tangible support. We don't recognise that the introduction of a transition minister is wholly supportive in this context. So, Moderator, whilst it's important, I think, that Presbytery is aware of these consistent and persistent reservations, the Kirk Session of Paisley Abbey has also consistently attempted to approach these proposals in as positive a way as possible. And so it may come as a surprise that reluctantly our Kirk Session has met and now approves and supports the proposals in the Presbytery Mission Plan in respect of Paisley Abbey, including the allocation of a full-time transition minister. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Parties are now removed and we move on to any questions. Can you come to a microphone, please? Yes, can I say that if you know you're going to ask a question, can you please come to the front to ask your question? Thank you, and if you can introduce yourself.
Ian Russell, elder of the Paisley St George's and also a reserve member of Presbytery. Actually member of Presbytery. It's just a very small question regarding Paisley Abbey. They do have a set of halls. It seems to have come off the list. The whole suite's totally separate. Is it staying as an A? Because it's a separate building that's not listed.
That will be why. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Move on to comments.
Gordon Armstrong, Minister of Oakshott Trinity Church in Paisley, a member of this body and indeed of the United Reformed Church. You may recall, presbyters, just over a year ago down in Greenock, I asked a question, and that question was, had the United Reformed Church of Scotland, our partner congregation and denomination, been involved in any of these discussions? And if so, to whom did they speak to? At that point, the answer came back that no one had been spoken to. And I would now like to add that omitted from the plan in its present form is any reference to the fact that 30% of my stipend is paid by the United Reformed Church in a formula worked out by the national sponsoring body, Act 11 of Anent of the Local Ecumenical Partnerships in Edinburgh, 23rd of May 2012. The national sponsoring body set our ministry and mission for both denominations and effectively conduct our church review, which is the quinquennial visitation. Further to this would be an indication that the ministry of the Church of Scotland to Oakshott Trinity Church as allocated as one FTE. This may actually come as a major surprise to you, is in fact paid at 0.7. So there is 0.3 going somewhere. A further indication of the separation between Oakshott Trinity Local Ecumenical Partnership and of Clyde Presbytery is evidenced by the exclusion of the contributions made by Oakshott Trinity towards ministry and mission in both denominations. And that precludes us from, as you will know, from receipt of any discretionary allowances. The instructions laid out in the report of Council of the General Assembly in 2019, in which Deliverance E states cooperation with other denominations in the provision of territorial ministry in accordance with Section 3 of Act 5, 2010, Sections 3, 4 and 5. I attended the National Synod of Scotland last weekend at Tallyalan, and I mentioned this to our Synod moderator, the National Moderator, to the Reverend John Bremner, the Ecumenical and Interfaith Officer of the United Reformed Church. And further to this week, we have had discussions with the Church of Scotland Ecumenical Relations Officer, the Reverend Dr. John McPake. And I am aware that informal conversations have taken place. I know that the clerk and the moderator of the synod locally in Scotland have spoken with each other, but no formal consultation has taken place. The conclusion is that any further discussion is really beyond the control of Presbytery on Oakshott Trinity itself. Our boundaries, our mission, our Presbytery areas are all up for discussion, and these were all mentioned to your officers when they visited our church, as were the links with United Reformed Church. In our constitution of Oakshott Trinity Church, there is a section that says relation to other denominations. The congregation shall be a United Reformed Church within the Synod of Scotland and a Church of Scotland charge within the Presbytery of Greenock and Paisley, now Clyde. It will be subject to the same superintendence arrangements as the congregations of the United Reformed Church and the Church of Scotland, in that it will be subject to discussions and decisions of the General Assemblies and the Synods of Scotland. Such arrangements are exercised jointly under the auspices of the national sponsoring body. In view of this, any discussion that changes us and puts us into anything other than a suggested way forward would be ultra vires to the law and control of what we can exercise here today, because we cannot speak on behalf of another denomination. Informal talks have taken place. There have been no official discussions that have taken place. And I stand here having spoken to both the ecumenical officers of the Church of Scotland and of the United Reformed Church. Moderator.
Thank you. Yeah, the clerk is going to address this point on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. I don't know if a conversation between a Presbytery clerk and a Synod Moderator of Scotland in relation to Presbytery planning can be described as informal. Conversations have taken place. The first, almost when we began Presbytery planning, maybe just subsequent to the Greenock meeting, when I approached the Synod Moderator of Scotland, explained the process that we were about and asked him to give an account of how he understood the URC arrangement in relation to ministry. The Minister of Oakshott Trinity Church is wholly slated as one full-time equivalent minister in this presbytery. There is no 0.7. He does not appear in the allocation of URC ministries for Scotland. There are 12 allocated. No proportion of ministry is allocated in that allocation in relation to the Minister of Oakshott Trinity. This was confirmed again by the Synod Moderator of Scotland when I spoke to him on Friday. He also said a congregation can't escape presbytery planning because it has a URC component. He is totally on board with where we are, and conversations have gone ahead on that basis. Gordon read the Constitution. You will see that the LEP is subject both to the General Assembly and the Synod of Scotland, and we have been enjoined by the General Assembly to create for the Presbytery of Clyde a mission plan for the Presbytery of Clyde. Once we have ascertained for ourselves what that mission plan proposal is, we will then join in discussion with the URC regarding its implementation and hear views from them. That is happening in different ways throughout Scotland. In Aberdeen, the LEP has been dissolved. In Edinburgh, the LEP has been removed from Edinburgh's allocation. And that would be an alternative for us to remove Oakshott Trinity from our 40. We have 40 posts about which we don't have to speak to the URC. But once they are allocated, and once the current ministry moves on from Oakshott Trinity would then come and ask to find a place in our plan, because the URC has no ministerial allocation allocated to it. And in my conversation with Paul Whittle yesterday, friends, this is an artificial introduction, an artificial intrusion. I got an email saying the citation to Oakshott Trinity was ultra vires. It is not. I have spoken to our ecumenical officer and told him that he should not have embarked on such a discussion about our presbytery plan with Oakshott Trinity, with the ecumenical officer of the URC, without us being present to give an account for ourselves of our actions. So Gordon has moved a point of order. I ask Presbytery to ignore it.
Do we have to vote on the point?
No, we don't have to do it. You just make it up.
You have heard Presbyter Peter's statement of how he sees this formulating. I stand here having spoken, being at the Synod last week and speaking to the national moderator of the United Reformed Church, and it is quite clear that any discussions have to take place before this stage. Informal discussions, as were held, is no more than informal discussions. We've all held and had informal discussions. I have spoken, and John Bremner is quite behind me with this, and when I last spoke to John McPake, so was he. There have been no formal discussions, and it's quite clear in what I read out that it is a formal discussion.
Just a clarification, I should have been at the URC Synod of Scotland when I would have had further formal discussions with Paul Whittle. Paul Whittle, the National Synod moderator, said when I copied Gordon's email to him was, we had a passing conversation.
Thank you. I am minded to go with the clerk on this one, and I don't see a point of order. I'm sorry. Any other comments? We move to the deliverance, which is approves the proposals for Cluster C. If can presbyters show their approval by standing? Thank you. And those voting against? Thank you. We move on to Cluster.
I would like to have my dissent recorded at that decision made.
Recorded. And another dissent recorded. Can you give us your name, please? Thank you. We move on to Cluster B, and I ask those who have already given a request to speak to move forward, please. And the first person I have is Edith Forrest from Kilmacombe, St Columba. Coming to the lectern, can I say that it is our plan to break for lunch at 12:30. If we are not through this cluster, we will still break for lunch at 12:30. I think it is important that we are fed and watered. Edith.
Edith Forrest, Elder of St Columba Church, Kilmacombe. We, the Kirk Session and Congregation of St Columba Kilmacombe, would like to lay before Presbytery a number of concerns we have relating to irregularity of process, fairness and transparency, and more recently a confusing moving of us from one plan into another and then back again. Since January 2021, there have been a number of procedural irregularities in relation to the exception process and the process on the basis of union for Kilmacombe. For example, in January 2021, the process had reached a point when the final protocol, the congregational ballot, was about to be initiated, and Edinburgh informed the PPRC that one of the clauses in the basis of union was in contravention of the Adjustment Act. Consequently, the attempt to progress the basis to its final step was aborted and the basis subsequently amended, a mistake that caused administrative mayhem and congregational confusion. Whatever the explanation, the fact remains that such a basic error should not have happened. Another important concern relates to failure by Presbytery to respond to questions raised by St Columba over factual inaccuracies in the determination report of 2021. We submitted a list of points that showed bias and lack of fairness and transparency, thereby contradicting the remit given to and accepted by the visiting team. In the PPRC's reply to our list, no comment was made regarding our objections. Today, as this determinants report is now the cornerstone of the Presbytery plan for Kilmacombe, it is very important that you know where and why some of our objections were directed. For example, when the determinants were commenting on St Columba's school use of our premises, they stated the church had no chaplaincy input to the school or the local primary school. The fact that COVID restrictions have been in place preventing access was ignored in order to make a negative comment. Also, that for many years there had been an arrangement between the two ministers, with St Columba having responsibility for Port Glasgow High and Kilmacombe Primary School, and Kilmacombe Old Kirk, not St Columba, for St Columba School, a point that Dr Mackinhill, Minister of the Old Kirk for around 12 years, would have known and might have made clear or removed from before distributing the report. We also had told the determinants that when we had a youth worker, he had regular contact with all 3 schools, and this more positive fact was not mentioned, only negative ones. One of the most significant examples of bias and unprofessionalism was when the architect member of the team claimed repairs were required to our hall, amounting to around £40,000. The stains were in fact old condensation stains that just required painting. The PPRC's reply to us made no comment on our many points of evidence. A very significant failure was the failure of Presbytery to implement an appropriate process following the overwhelming no vote by St Columba in February 2022 to the original basis of union. There have been confusing and misleading overtures in relation to the Presbytery mission plan and how it applies in Kilmacombe. We were advised originally that Kilmacombe fell under the exception procedure, yet when the union was rejected, the Kilmacombe churches were then assumed into the current Presbytery plan, or that was certainly the perception given by Presbytery. And this is evidenced by both churches featuring in documentation issued in relation to the Presbytery plan and in discussions, evidenced by both churches cited to attend a meeting here on the 6th of December 2022. At that meeting, our session clerk was permitted to submit a case for Presbytery to change the category of St Columba from B to A. Evidenced by both churches being treated by Presbytery as part of the Presbytery plan when they took part in the AMBA audit. And on December 6, 2022, Christine Kavanagh of the Presbytery Consultation Group outlined their recommendation to the Planning Committee that immediate steps be taken to unite both congregations and that both buildings be categorised as A and kept open meantime. The planning group at that point had agreed that negotiations regarding the building's determinations in Kilmacombe could be reopened. However, on 19th January 2023, Christine and Reverend Jonathan Fleming informed St Columba that the Old Kirk had stated they did not intend to re-engage with the process. When we heard of the reaction by the Old Kirk and the consequent change of heart by the Planning Committee, we wondered why Kilmacombe Old seemed to have some influence on the planning group's decision-making. And what does this tell us about how committed the Old Kirk is to harmonious union? With all of these considerations taken into account, we in St Columba are now convinced that the proposed union in Kilmacombe is procedurally unsound and unfortunately perhaps unworkable too. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. I invite Stephen Smith, interim moderator at St Johnson St Andrews Trinity, to speak. Sorry.
Moderator Stephen Smith, Minister at Kilbarchan Parish and Interim Moderator at St Andrews Trinity in Johnston, speaking about the B6 part of Cluster B. It was over 60 years ago that the Presbytery of Paisley took the bold decision to build a church in the centre of the new Johnston Castle housing scheme, and now sadly the Planning Committee has proposed that the Presbytery of Clyde take a decision to terminate that mission by December 2025. Throughout those years, St Andrews Trinity Church has served the communities of Johnston Castle and Cochrane Castle, providing a variety of services for the betterment of all. In the current planning process, the Kirk Session engaged openly and honestly in the consultation process, and the draft plan in November called for a union between St Andrews Trinity and St Paul's with one full-time equivalent and both suites of buildings designated Category A. This was to maintain a missional presence in the Johnston Castle, Cochrane Castle area. Possibly worship once a month, but certainly determined to keep the facilities for the uniformed organisations and the other outreach opportunities to the parish. Further consultation was sought after November, as you know, and Jack came and conducted a consultation meeting with all 4 congregations, the 3 in Johnston and Eldersley, party to that conversation. Then we received an email saying, unfortunately, Jack had to take leave of absence from the committee, and Christine Kavanagh was taking the reins. That email made reference to the fact the committee would be meeting on the 22nd of February to finalise the new proposals ahead of the Presbytery meeting on the 18th of March.
Note that at this point in the proceedings, there was no indication that things were any different for the St Paul's and St Andrew's Trinity churches. On the 16th of February, Christine Kavanagh sent a further communication stipulating that they were now planning a minor change, which would envisage a long-term goal of a three-way union, and that all three churches were now to be listed as Category A. In November, St Andrew's Trinity was Category A. 11 days later, on the 27th of February, which 3 weeks ago, we received a further communication, this time from Douglas Valence, stating that the new draft plan would see a three-way union taking place, but St Andrew's Trinity would become Category B. And that, of course, is what's in the plan presented this, I was going to say morning, but it's now afternoon. So that just left the St Andrew's Trinity folk a fortnight to kind of get their head around this and to try to construct a case or a proposal for change back to Category A. So it seems to us that we haven't had time to get ourselves around this, to get our heads around this. And so I guess what we have is a question, and that is kind of what has changed in the planning committee's considerations, and can they let us know kind of how you can move from A to then A provisional, and then just 3 weeks ago, or less than 3 weeks ago, to B, because the building hasn't changed. So what has caused the change in the committee's mind?
I will ask the convener to answer that after we've heard all those who wish to speak. So I now call upon Raymond Anderson from Johnson High.
Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I'm an elder in Johnston High Church and have been asked to speak to you on their behalf. Johnston High Church is a thriving, vibrant church with an ever-growing, diverse and multicultural congregation that includes every age group from 2 to 92. And we're the only church in Johnston that has an active Sunday school and Bible class at the moment. We're located in the centre of Johnston and have designated priority areas on our doorstep. Some of our congregation are living in these areas. The sanctuary of Johnston High was originally classed as a Category B by the Presbytery Planning Committee, but after further consultation and meetings was upgraded to Category A. On the 27th of February, however, for reasons not yet made known to us, we were downgraded to Category B. This has caused us considerable distress and confusion, and it conflicts with due process, openness, transparency and communication from the Planning Committee. And frankly, it creates mistrust. On the 14th of September last, the Buildings Officer, Mr McNamara, wrote to us stating, on reading the last quinquennial report and visiting the buildings at Johnston High, there was nothing out with standard maintenance that would concern him. On the 20th of September last, we invited Mr McNamara to inspect our buildings further. He gave a report detailing areas needing attention, then concluded, this report focuses on a general overview of the buildings that are in good condition and are well looked after. An ongoing regime of building maintenance and attention to items listed would ensure windproofing and watertightness. On the 6th of February this year, we contacted the buildings officer again. He informed us that Johnston High was not a church he highlighted as one of financial concern. He emailed the following day and stated that repairs for the church and the church hall would be in the region of 25k, work to be carried out in a rolling programme. A lot of that work is now complete. The Faith Nurture Forum state that the church is not called to preserve architecture. It is called to make disciples, to baptize them, and to teach them. That is what we've been doing in Johnston High. In the last 16 months, we've admitted new communicants, including adult baptisms, and ordained new elders. Our average weekly attendance to worship this year is 110. And here is a list of our outreach activity within the community for the perusal of anyone here who wishes to look at it. Johnston High is very visible in the centre of town. A lot of our newest members came to the church because they saw the building or were directed to it. Our church has a large seating capacity and there is ample parking within the grounds and the surrounding area. This whole process is supposed to revolve around mission. The mission is to create, sustain and support vibrant communities of faith. We do that in Johnston High. And we fulfil the criteria of being right space in the right place. We are supported by local townspeople, local business, local councillors and our local MSP, Mr Tom Arthur. An online petition carries over 800 signatures of people who wish our sanctuary to remain open. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask the Presbytery to reinstate us to the Category A, because Category A is surely God's will for us. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. I invite Margaret Brooke from Linwood to speak.
Thank you, Moderator. Margaret Brooke, Session Clerk and Presbytery representative from Linwood. First, could I say thank you to the Planning Committee for the work you have carried out during the course of this process. It must have been very difficult and very heartrending at times, and I thank you for all the work you have done. As a congregation, Linwood Parish Church is happy to unite with Elderslie Kirk, and as such we look forward to the coming months when we travel forward in this new venture. In the plan, Linwood is to be a local mission church, and I just wonder what that will look like for our congregation and the town of Linwood as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping your comments so brief, and that question will be answered in due course. I invite Neil McClune from Barhead Boorup to speak.
Thank you, Moderator. I'm Neil McClune from Barhead Boorup. Our cluster is in the fortunate position in that we're retaining 3 worship centres with two full-time ministers. However, Boorup's concern is that there is no evidence that a team of 2 full-time ministers would be better or more effectively used in a 3-way union than in 1 2-way union and 1 other charge. We feel that efforts in collaborating in a 3-way union could take time and energy away from mission and outreach. We feel that with a 2-way union and a single charge, this would give each unit more identity and direction, allowing the ministers more freedom to develop. We're keen and eager to retain the links that have already been established between the 3 churches. Now, because of the huge amount of building that's going on in Barhead, our proposal would be that one of the Barhead churches, either Boorup or St Andrews, would go into a union with Neilston, and the other church would remain as a standalone. And I'll be proposing an amendment to that effect. Thank you.
We will come to amendments later, but can you please submit that amendment in writing, because we don't have it as yet. Thank you. That can be done over lunchtime, because my plan is to take all the comments. We've got those who have requested to speak, and then invite the convener to answer the 2 questions that are outstanding, and then break for lunch so we come back for the debate. So I invite Robert MacLeod from Neilston to speak.
Thank you, Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Robert MacLeod, Deputy Session Clerk, here today speaking on behalf of Neilston Parish Church. Short and sweet. The Kirk Session of Neilston Parish Church support the committee's proposal for a 3-way union
with Barrhead Boorup and Barrhead St Andrews churches. The Kirk Session also acknowledges the committee's acceptance of the imperative of maintaining the permanent presence of a worshipping and serving community in Neilston, based in a single building which should provide a place of worship and other accommodation suitable for use throughout the week by the church and the local community. Both existing and separate buildings present significant challenges, and it is the considered view of the Kirk Session that the PMP should categorise both buildings as A, to allow us time to obtain appropriate professional advice as to the issues, development options and costs for each building. Such advice will inform a decision on which building has the potential to contribute most effectively to the work of developing and progressing the mission of Christ in Neilston. Thank you.
Thank you. Convener, we have two outstanding questions. Sorry.
Thank you, Moderator. I had a second question which I forgot to ask, actually. So the question would be, can the Presbytery Planning Committee state clearly how, if the proposals in the plan, i.e. to have all the mission in this emanating from the centre of Johnston are accepted, how the mission of Christ's kingdom will be advanced in the Johnson Castle, Cochrane Castle area, and if they can explain that clearly, then that can be communicated with clarity to the congregation of St Andrew's Trinity.
I think you need a crystal ball for that one.
I'll try. Moderator, one of the issues that comes with any union is the decisions when it comes to buildings. And when it comes to a situation such as Johnston, where we have 3 buildings in 3 different parts of Johnston, it's the ongoing wrestling match as to which buildings you're wanting to use for worship and what buildings you're wanting to use for mission. One of the things that we've heard already today is that a Category B can become a Category A. But what we are aware of is that our understanding is that it's the preference of the committee that the St Paul's Sanctuary is the centre of worship, being a flexible space in what we would argue the right place. We have maintained the halls in Johnston High to allow for there to be a missional presence in the centre of Johnston. And owing to the unfortunate situation with regards to the AMBA scoring, we felt that at this point in time it was necessary to deem St Andrew's Trinity a B. However, as we have heard today, we have set, what we would be prepared to do is, we have set, if I remember correctly, let me just get my table. Got the answer there?
It's 2025.
Yeah. So what we have in the plan at the moment is, and what would be added to that, and this would be the amendment that I would make, it would be that we would add that as Q4 2025 to allow for the discussions to take place with the General Trustees, and if it is deemed appropriate, to reclassify as necessary in consultation with the General Trustees. But at the moment, what we're trying to ascertain is which buildings are going to be used for worship, which ones are going to be used for mission, and which ones are not going to result in a significant liability for a new united congregation. And it's with those comments that I answer that question. The other question for Margaret Brooke, thank you very much for your very gracious introduction. It has very much been a very heart-rending process and journey, and we're very grateful for your comment on that. The situation for Linwood, you have said that you are prepared to vacate your building. And so what we would be envisaging there is, in this union with Elderslie, the idea would be that you, as a united congregation, would seek premises or somewhere in the area of Linwood that would allow you to undertake the mission work of Linwood in a new context, and that would be overseen by a leadership team that would be created out of the United Kirk session with representation from Presbytery on that. And what would happen there is together you would work to seek what missional inroads you are able to make. I think the term that one person used was, I think it was Ian McEwen, he described it as missional on-ramps. What missional on-ramps are there in Linwood for you to be able to journey with the people of Linwood and go on to, as we are looking to do in mission, make disciples? And we hope that with the teamwork that will be able to be created through a union with Elderslie and with the support of the leadership team, that will become a reality and buds will bloom. Thank you.
I would just like to underline what the convener is saying there, and that a local mission church presents you with endless opportunities for mission. Presbytery, it is 25 minutes past 12. The fact that we are breaking for 45 minutes for lunch has nothing to do with the fact that Scotland will be kicking off in 5 minutes, nor has it anything to do with a football team that I might actually support, who are also kicking off in 5 minutes. So 45-minute for break. Were you laughing? No. We break for lunch for 45 minutes. At the moment, it looks as if it's a lovely spring day out there, so that gives us a chance to eat and a chance perhaps to get some fresh air. We reconvene at, I'm saying 45 minutes, I'm going to actually give you 50 minutes because it's easier to come back at 1:15. We're more likely to remember that than 10 past. Promptly, yes, be in your seats ready to go. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just been told that there is a red Vauxhall registration number SL14KXZ in the car park and the front window is open. So that's SL14KXZ, and when the photograph was taken of the number plate, it was raining. We have heard comments, we have had some questions answered, and just to remind you, we are in cluster B. Are there any other questions for the convener, or indeed anybody else that is competent to answer them? Okay, we move on. We have some amendments. The first one is for B4, amend the building categorisation for Kilmacombe, St Columba to A. Is there a proposer for this amendment? No. Okay. Okay, so amendment for B6, amend building categorisation section to have Johnson St Andrews Trinity listed as an A, and retain the multipurpose St Andrews Trinity buildings to continue to offer worship and hall capacity to enable missional outreach through the retention of uniformed organisations and other existing activities that serve the Johnson Castle and Cochrane Castle communities. Is there a proposer for that amendment? Thank you. And is there a seconder? Thank you. Would anybody like to speak to the amendment? Okay. On your come.
Rachel, I don't want it to take up too much time, and I don't really have... Stephen Smith, Kilbarchan Parish Church. No. I just want to reiterate what I said earlier, that, you know, I think there should be a mission presence up in the Johnson Castle, Cochrane Castle area. That's all I have to say. I just think it's kind of putting everything in the centre is not the answer. I understand about the ministry allocation going down to 1, but I think in terms of missional presence, you need to have something, or Presbytery should have something in the Johnson Castle, Cochrane Castle area.
Ladies and gentlemen, please forgive my manners. It was my intention, as soon as we came back, to thank the Kirk Session and the people who provided us with that fantastic lunch. And could you please convey our thanks? Well, they managed, and it was lovely. And there was even calls for people who wanted extra soup.
I'm beginning to wish that the catering team had done the Presbytery mission plan for us. Moderator, I completely sympathise with the congregation of Johnson St Andrews Trinity, and I do understand their wish for there to be a presence in the Johnson Castle and Cochrane and the Cochrane Castle communities. I knew the Cochrane bit, I couldn't remember the last bit, the Cochrane Castle communities. However, in light of the fact that the scoring for St Andrews Trinity was as such, I don't feel able to redesignate the building as it is as an A. However, with the time frame that has been given, I would hope that with the conversations that would take place with the General Trustees, that if it were deemed by the General Trustees to be an appropriate course of action for there to be some presence in the Johnson Castle and Cochrane Castle area, that it would be something that would have to be perhaps readdressed. But at the moment, with a union, one of the things we are looking to try and do is try and consolidate a suite of buildings rather than maintaining everything. And so it's with a heavy heart that we would resist this and ask the congregation, ask for the Presbytery to support it, but knowing that there is a time frame for that discussion to carry on.
Thank you. We move to vote on this amendment. Those in support of the amendment, please stand. And those against. The amendment falls. Next amendment. This is yes, it's the second part of the amendment, a B to the amendment.
I think the convener has indicated he is willing to accept that.
Yes, so this instructs Presbytery through its planning committee to make representations to the General Trustees with regard to the freeing up of proceeds of sale for the purposes of creating local mission posts in the parishes concerned.
Moderator, we're more than happy to accept that, and we have already actually had that conversation with Faith Nurture.
We still have to vote on it, so those accepting the amendment, please stand. Thank you. And anyone against? Yes, Stephen, sit down. Thank you. And the next amendment, please. Amend the building categorisation for Johnson High Church to Category A. Do we have a proposer for this? And a seconder? Thank you. And I'm assuming you're wanting to... Yes, that's what I was about to say.
Anne McCool, Minister of Johnston High. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to propose that the designation goes back to an A. As you've already heard, it was B, then it was A, then it was back to A, and we're all very confused and disturbed and distressed at this. But we also can't see any justification for it, any reason for it. And I don't want to reiterate all the arguments that Raymond put forward there, but I have to say that it's a vibrant, visible town centre church. And we've heard this morning that town centre churches are, important as well. It's a building that's at the centre of the town. It's in good condition. And, we don't need a multi-purpose building to present mission. We don't need it for the future, especially if we have a good building that's there, a hall that has already been designated A. But the point I'd like to make is that all the activities that are happening in the hall are because of the worshipping community that's in the sanctuary. And we have a very vibrant, active, loving, hard-working congregation, and that's why we have all of these activities. So I'd like the Presbytery to reconsider and designate us an A. And this will all be the subject of feasibility discussions and other assessments on a yearly basis at least. So things can be taken at different stages. I just think that the Presbytery Planning Committee are actually making a mistake. I can understand why they have come to the conclusions they have, and they've got very hard decisions to make, but I really do believe that Johnson High should be designated A, and I pray that the Presbytery would agree with that.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak for the amendment? Jonathan, I ask you to reply.
Thank you, Moderator. Echoing or repeating what was said concerning Johnson St Andrews Trinity, we have full sympathy, and it is wonderful to hear of all the activities and the fruit that is bearing. The one issue that we have there is in a union in a town of the size of Johnson, it's the justification of having two sanctuaries, and having one modern, flexible sanctuary and one more traditional sanctuary, and it's the potential that has to confuse or to muddy the waters in moving into a new united congregation. Again, the time frame that is being offered, we hope, will be sufficient for, if amendments as such need to be made, then we would be more than happy to, if that's the will of the General Trustees and if it's agreed that alteration should be made, then we are not going to stand in its way. But at this moment in time, Moderator, we would oppose this in the name of consistency.
Thank you. Those who are in favour of the amendment, please stand. And those who are against? That's pretty close, isn't it? I think we should have a count for this. So those, do we have tellers? Right, okay. So those who are in favour of the amendment, please stand. Do you want the doors closed as well? No. I thought you said no. I said it's maybe no. And those who are voting against the amendment. It looked as if there was a large group at the back, so I think it was only right to call account. The amendment falls, thank you. We have a new amendment, is that correct? Or have we still got... What one, sorry? The Burke one. The Burke one. So amendment B8, amend the building categorisation for Nielsen Sanctuary 2A. A union of 2 out of the 3 charges would be more workable and achievable within the ministerial allocation. I think that's 2 amendments. Yes. So, okay, so the first one is amend the building categorisation for Nielsen Sanctuary 2A. Would anybody like to speak to the amendment who's not already spoken? Jonathan.
Moderator, with the longest time frame provided in the summary grid, we'd be inclined to resist this to allow the time as has been offered in the summary grid already.
Okay, I ask those who are in favour of the amendment to please stand. I forgot to ask for a proposer and a seconder, sorry. Proposer, thank you. Seconder, thank you. And those against? Again, the amendment falls. And a new amendment, a union of 2 out of the 3 charges would be... This isn't actually worded as an amendment. I think what you are wanting to have is a union of 2. Is that correct? Could we find a better way of wording it? Because at the moment, it's not... It's a statement rather than an amendment.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Thank you, Moderator. I would say that given the narrative is saying that we are looking to allocate 2 ministries across the 3 congregations, that in the life of the plan those discussions could take place and then proposals brought to a future presbytery for approval for the configuration of the deployment of those ministries to be more concrete. I've just been reminded by the business convener that obviously the situation there would be in the event of a vacancy in that configuration, it would be at that point where a more concrete decision would need to be made, because it would be on that basis a minister would be called. But at this moment in time, I think I would say that the fact that we're allocating 2 ministries to the 3 charges, that there is a time frame for that discussion to be made more concrete going forward.
Okay. Before we go any further, do we have a proposer for this amendment? And do we have a seconder? Thank you. Are you wishing to speak to the amendment?
Pamela Gordon, Minister of Barhead Burwick Church. I understand Jonathan's position on having more concrete discussions about this in the future, but to be honest, I just don't have much confidence in that right now. And I would still like to uphold the amendment by my session that we do not have a 3-way union, but a 2-way union. My session does not see this as practical. I personally do not see it as practical. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the amendment? Jonathan, are you wanting to say anything else? Well, yeah, the debate, I will invite the convener to
Moderator, I would be
complete the debate.
While I have no issue with, if it is the will of these 3 congregations to explore this, then I wouldn't want to stand in anybody's way. But at the same time, having not had any opportunity to flesh out this journey, I feel that this should be given sufficient time to be negotiated, and therefore at this moment I would be inclined to resist this, but I would hope that in the spirit of what's contained in the narrative that these would be I'm sorry to hear that Pamela doesn't feel confident that this would actually happen. This is obviously, I would say this comes into the region of implementation. And therefore, that one of the things that when the implementation begins in this, that can be something that can factor on the early agenda in that area. And so with that, I would resist this amendment.
Okay, thank you. We move to the vote. Those in favour of the amendment, please stand. And those against. The amendment falls. Are there any other amendments for Cluster B?
Moderator, just wish to thank the planning convener for his email confirming the addition to the narrative mission highlights and potential for Kilbarchan and Howwood to add the sentence, the charge of Kilbarchan recently had its boundary redrawn to include the boundaries of the former Lochwinnoch Parish Church, which was dissolved in 2020, resulting in the area currently covered by Kilbarchan Parish being increased to approximately 35 square miles. I just felt the amendment, I just wanted that should be recorded in the narrative of the Presbytery plan so that Lochwinnoch Parish Church and the parish of Lochwinnoch isn't completely forgotten about, but it is now part of Kilbarchan Parish. Thank you, Moderator.
I am not only pleased that you have moved this amendment. Many of you will know that I was a previous minister of Lochwinnoch Parish Church and still retain a huge affection for the former members and for the community. I'm also delighted that the convener is minded to accept this. Yes. Would Presbytery, those, I was going to be very directional, sorry, would those in favour of the amendment please stand? And those against? That amendment is carried. Thank you. I almost hesitate to say this. Any other amendments? Thank you. So we have the deliverance as deliverance 6 approves the proposals for Cluster B. Is there anybody wishing to speak to the deliverance as a whole? Yes.
Anne Knox, here as interim moderator of Kilmacombe since June 2022. I just want some clarification on something that was said earlier on in the hope that it helps a healing process. When I came to Kilmacombe, it was obvious that they were hurting after several years, and I don't want to reiterate and go through lots of things again. However, just to let Presbytery know that the Kirk session itself had voted as a majority, not unanimous by any means, but as a majority to go for the union. There was a congregational vote. The vote went against the union. Again, there was a lack of clarity there in the process. And the only thing I would say is that perhaps Presbytery were, because we get caught up in the planning process, Presbytery didn't go back to the congregation after that happened. However, I do want to reiterate that since then, the Kirk session have voted again in favour of the union, and on Monday night at a Kirk session meeting, the majority of the Kirk session were in favour of the union. They have come to realise that despite their, I'm trying to think of the word, despite of their lack of clarification on parts of the determination, that in order to move mission forward in Kilmacombe as a village on the whole, that they need to draw a line under things and move forward. So the majority of the Kirk session are actually in favour of the union and using the old Kirk. They are particularly happy that the manse, which they felt was really untenable under today's society, is going to be sold. I just wanted to let Presbytery know that. I'm not sure what happens because the congregation did vote no, whether Presbytery now go back. Yes, they'll go back in another vote. So just to let Kirk Session, Presbytery know that Kirk Session was on the majority for the union, and hopefully that will appease and help the union in some way.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you, Anne. That's very helpful. The Act, Mission Planning Act, when it comes to adjustments, says that a presbytery can still implement the adjustment even if a congregational votes against it in the final analysis. That is a matter, you will understand, of judgment in each individual situation, and that is something that the implementation group will consider as they progress the Kilmacombe decision. If you want my personal opinion on this, given the way in which Presbytery mission planning is such a profound restructuring of congregations and the way and the pace that we are having to do it, that even though we have consulted very, very widely, primarily at this stage that has still been largely with office bearers, and that we might very well find that some of these adjustments that we are approving today, particularly with respect to buildings, will find that congregations vote against them when they have the opportunity, because it will be the first concrete opportunity for many in our pews to express their views as what's happening. We will wait and see if that proves to be the case, but it will be a matter of judgment, and that will be a judgment and conversations with St Columba Kirk Session as to their understanding of where the congregation is at the moment, and whether we simply move forward despite the vote, or whether we return with the basis of union and vote again.
Thank you. So now we come to Deliverance 6, approves the proposals for Cluster B.
Moderator, if I may, I wonder if I could perhaps vacate the chair and hand over to Carol Moore, my vice convener.
We haven't voted yet, but absolutely.
Just for the consultation process, if
yes.
I could hand over to you, Carol.
Yep, thank you. So those in favour of, those who approve the proposals for Cluster B, please stand. And those against? Thank you. We move on to Deliverance number 7, which is to, it's way down my pages, approve the proposals for Cluster A. And I have a request to speak from Grace Kennedy from Greenock Wellpark Mid. Grace is no longer wanting to speak. Okay, I have no indications of anybody wishing to speak. Are there any questions at this moment? Okay. Are there any questions at this point? Any comments? Any amendments? Can I see them?
Moderator, Stephen Lee, Wellpark Midkirk. A motion on behalf of Wellpark Midkirk and the proposed appointment of an interim minister. We request that this be amended to the appointment of a minister of word and sacrament with full tenure, or a transition minister to lead the link charge of Wellpark Midkirk Greenock and Hamilton Bardrainy Port Glasgow.
I understand that the Planning Committee are minded to accept this.
Accept the transition, change the transition. I don't think they'll accept the first bit of the Minister of Word and Sacrament. We need to ask them to get a seconder.
Yes, do we have a seconder to this amendment? Thank you. Carol, do you want to speak?
No, I think we need to take questions, comments.
All right, sorry. Any questions on this amendment, that the proposed appointment of an interim minister be amended to an appointment of a minister of word and sacrament with full tenure? I think that we need to take this in two parts.
Moderator Eleanor McMahon, Church Minister without charge. Moderator, I wonder if it would be helpful for Presbytery to understand why the Presbytery Planning Committee had first proposed an interim minister, and secondly, the difference between an interim minister and a transition minister. Thank you.
You could well be the person to explain that difference. Carol.
Well, as people understand, this is all through the consultation process, it is a conversation and it is a fluid process until we get to something close to this stage. We had originally proposed interim ministry after a lot of discussion, believing that that would be the ideal situation, given that we could offer either transition or interim. And when that was put forward, the congregation or the session responded with they would much prefer transition ministry. So that's why we've come to that point, because right up until yesterday, we have been in discussions. So it does to and fro a little bit, and we're very, very grateful as a committee for the patience and the journey that we go through with congregations, because it is a difficult one to get to a satisfactory outcome that we know, that we feel we can deliver, and we feel will also work for the congregation. I feel the first proposal would have worked. The second one, we dearly hope will work and will be appropriate. The difference between one and the other, well, interim ministry is a much more temporary situation between, I believe it's about a year to 18 months, 2 years. Transition ministry is a period of 5 years, and these are appointments from 1 to 1. If the clerk wishes to expand more on the definition, if people have more questions, then I'm sure he can answer them.
I think the clerk is minded to speak to this. I actually wonder if we will take the second amendment first before we move to the first amendment, because I'm taking it at or, as that's a second amendment, but I understand that you do wish to speak. Briefly.
Not as Presbytery clerk as such. I was, for a very brief period, pro tem interim moderator at Well Park Midkirk when we discussed the planning proposal. And part of the reason for the request for the change was that what has been outlined as the necessity for a transition minister or an interim minister was actually to help Well Park Midkirk, which has identified itself as a community moving towards becoming an intercultural blended congregation hosting a Nigerian community and also in their parish Syrian and Ukrainian. And it's changing the nature and the dynamic of the congregation, and it's moving from where they are to a distinct, different type of congregation. And that's a piece of work that we thought that someone was taking them on that journey. And it seemed to describe transition ministry more closely than interim ministry. Eleanor will jump up and down in a minute when I say a rough back of a fag packet difference is interim ministry is quite often sought when something's broken or there's a dysfunctionality. I know it's not the only case, but quite often it is, whereas this seemed to be taking this congregation, and in a different sense, the Hamilton-Brady congregation, into new missional futures and journeying with them on that and helping them identify that. Now, I think the lines are blurred at that point, but it sounded more transition than interim, and that's the nature of the request. Sorry?
Yes.
Always worth a further comment from you, Eleanor.
And can I just say, Eleanor introduced herself as Minister Without Charge. That she may be, but she's most certainly not a Minister without calling.
Thank you. Eleanor McMahon, still a Minister without charge. Moderator, I was slightly amused and bemused in terms of interim ministry and transition ministry coming through at this stage in the Presbytery plan. I have been, no longer, but I have been for nearly the last 13 years, an interim minister in the interim and transition ministry team. And so both interim and transition ministers are centrally appointed and centrally paid. We're employed ministers appointed by the National Church into a placement either as interim minister, anything between, 18 months and 3.5 years, and a transition minister between 3 and 5 years, but both serve as a supportive mechanism to congregations in a place of change. From what Peter has described of the Park
Midkirk.
situation, that's very much a transition ministry because it's moving the congregation from one place to another. And if you're talking about, in a sense, where buildings need to be looked at, parish boundaries need to be looked at, the ways of ministering need to be looked at, worship needs to be looked at, then that becomes a movement towards transition ministry. Interim ministry is much more short term, it's much more supportive, and I think the defence of interim ministry I would like to convey to the Presbytery at this point in time, it's not a punishment. It's not a punishment, and it's sometimes conveyed by that as a last chance saloon for congregations. It's a supportive mechanism to enable a congregation. And my last interim ministry was actually in Gretna, and so I did 2 years to the Sunday with that congregation, and they are now following that interim ministry now with a transition ministry because the job has changed. And so it's the two ministries complement each other. One's not better than the other. And please, if you take one thing away, interim ministry is not a punishment. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very important point to be made. So we have an amendment to change on the plan interim minister to a transition minister. We've heard that the committee are minded to accept that. Would Presbytery accept that? If you're in favour of the amendment, will you please stand? Thank you. And if you are against? Thank you. That amendment is carried. So now we have the original amendment will now be changed, that the proposed appointment of a transition minister be amended to an appointment of a minister of word and sacrament with full tenure. If you support that amendment, will you please stand? And if you are against, please stand. Thank you. Are there any other amendments? Thank you. We now come to Deliverance 7, approves the proposal for Cluster A. If you do indeed approve the proposals, will you please stand? Thank you. And if you are against? Yes, sit down quickly. Thank you. We now come to Deliverance 8. Instructs the clerk to send the approved draft Presbytery mission plan to PIMPIG and the General Trustees for their approval. Does Presbytery agree? Thank you. And the Deliverance as a whole?
Just to say, Moderator, the General Trustees have slated consideration of our plan for Monday.
I would like to thank everyone who has taken part in this process, to all who were involved in the preparation of the mission audits, to those who processed that information, those who undertook building inspections, the congregations who engaged imaginatively with the planning committee, and everyone who has spoken today and helped us move towards agreement. I especially want to thank the members of the Planning Committee who have lived with this process for over a year. Your labours are at an end for the moment, and I'm sure you will all join with me in thanking Jonathan Fleming and Jack McHugh and all the Planning Committee for their leadership and guidance. I wish I had the power to say to all in the Planning Committee, you don't need to serve on on any committee for the next 5 years, but that power is not in my gift, or that gift is not in my power, I should say. We also owe a debt of gratitude to the Kirk Session of Inchirin Parish Church for facilitating this meeting, and to our friends from, I'm going to get your name wrong, Renfrew Network for helping us today, and to all of you for giving up a Saturday for this important work of Presbytery. Will you please stand for the blessing? May our Lord Jesus Christ send us out unafraid, untroubled, and full of Christ's peace, that we may share that peace with others. And now go to love and serve your Lord, knowing that the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is resting upon you and dwelling within your hearts forever. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you.